Good evening. I would like to call to order the special meeting of the D303 School Board to order on Thursday, August 19th at 5:02. Ms. Marson, the roll, please.
Mrs. Bell,
Yes, here, sorry.
Mrs. Fairgrave,
Here.
Mr. Lackner,
Present.
Mrs. McCabe,
Here.
Mr. McNally.
Here.
Okay, Miss Weibel is absent, and Mrs. Barker.
Here. Okay, let's stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, that brings us right to our first motion. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session for the purposes of the establishment of reserves or settlement of claims as provided in the Local Governmental and Governmental Employees Tort Immunity Act, if otherwise the disposition of a claim or potential claim might be prejudiced, or the review or discussion of claims, loss or risk management information, records, data, advice, or communications from or with respect to any insurer of the public body or any intergovernmental risk management association or self-assurance pool, insurance pool of which the public body is a member. Litigation, when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for finding shall be recorded and entered into the minutes of the closed meeting. The appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Marson, the roll, please.
Mrs. Fairgrave,
Yes.
Mr. Lackner,
Yes.
Mrs. McCabe,
Yes.
Mr. McNally.
Yes.
Mrs. Bell,
Yes.
and Mrs. Barker.
Yes, motion passes 6-0, and the board moves to closed session at 5:05. Okay, good evening. Thank you, everyone, for being patient. We were in closed session. We are back in open session. It is August 19th, 2021, and the time is 7:09 PM. Ms. Merson, the roll for attendance, please.
Mr. Lackner,
Here.
Mrs. McCabe,
Here.
Mr. McNally,
Here.
Miss Weibel. Okay. Oh, she is okay.
Where did she go?
Mrs. Bell,
Here.
Mrs. Fairgrave,
Here.
and Mrs. Barker.
Here. Okay, so we do have citizens' comments. It looks like we have 10 comments in total. Mrs. McCabe, would you please read the citizens' comment policy?
The school code provides for a public comment period at each board meeting, subject to reasonable constraints. The practice of this board is to limit public comment to 3 minutes per speaker to a total of 30 minutes per meeting. Speakers addressing the board are expected to maintain a reasonable level of civility. Also, personnel matters are sensitive and confidential. Comments regarding individuals should be respectful. Insults and defamatory remarks have no place in this setting. The board will terminate public comment if speakers cannot adhere to these guidelines. Please identify yourself at the beginning of your remarks.
Okay, our first speaker is Alan DeFleece.
Yes, I've been here for 2 hours waiting for this. My name is Alan DeFelice. I have 2 boys in District 303. First one graduated in 2014. The next one's going to graduate in 2021. During the 20 years that I've been a part of D303, I've had some disagreements with the board and with the education. But under no time during that 20 years did I think my children were getting a bad education. I thought it was an excellent education. That is until now. Critical race theory, sex education for grammar school kids, and masks are not helping our students. What I think, my recommendation to you is bring this stuff to the forefront. We need more public discourse and talking about this stuff. I don't know what you guys do in the background, but it's not helping our students. I'm pretty mad about it, and I'm leaving. I feel sorry for the people that have younger kids in this district. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, next speaker, Barbara Diepenbrock.
Good evening, all. My name is Barbara Diepenbrock. I have 2 children here in D303, one in elementary school and one in middle school. Dr. Carmen Ayala has stated, the executive order has the force of the law. I understand the pressure some schools and district leaders may be facing from community members, and I will provide you with every support to understand, communicate, and comply with the order. An executive order is the law. The ISBE is clear. The board needs not to vote on the law. The board needs not vote because the board already voted unanimously in an open meeting 7-0 to allow Dr. Pearson to follow the ISBE, IDPH, CDC, and without a doubt, an executive order since that is the law. I'm sure no one sees themselves as a detractor within this community. What everyone seems to believe is that there is an attack on our children. The point of contention is in what way? Regardless of your belief, the law has been proclaimed and it is our duty to uphold it. Dr. Pearson needs not to have permission to follow the law, just as you don't need permission from your neighbors to follow the speed limit posted on your street. So I request that at the very least, the word mandate or mandates be stricken from the proposed motion to clarify tonight. Mandate equals directive given by the highest authority. No offense to this board or to the good Dr. Pearson, but that means that you cannot usurp a governor's mandate. The citizens can continue to take this to the steps of the governor, not the board table. The board's duty is formulating, adopting, modifying board policies at its sole discretion, subject only to mandatory collective bargaining agreements and state and federal law. The board should not encourage or entertain rule-breaking detractors that threaten the community's safety by giving them the false impression that you can vote on mandates or have a choice on following which laws suits you. We all agree that masks do not alone keep the disease at bay. It is one key barrier. We do not get rid of our guns because we have locks on our doors. No, the mask is the lock on the door. Yes, the door can get kicked in, but it's a hell of a lot harder. Thank you.
Caroline Krakis?
Hi, my name's Caroline Caracas. I was wanting, I have 3 kids in the district, and I was more wanting to talk about curriculum night. And I'm just confused at why there can't be a curriculum night for parents to go and meet their teachers and have a conversation with their teachers. I know it'll be said it's because of COVID, and I understand that, but the kids are wearing masks there all day. Why can't the parents go in there and wear their masks and meet their teachers and be able to actually see what's going on in the classroom and have an open dialogue with the teacher? And since that can't be done, why not a Zoom meeting? There is no Zoom meeting either, where you can still have the open dialogue. It is a recorded message from your teacher, and then we were instructed to only have questions that pertain directly to that curriculum, where we might just want to have an open dialogue with our teacher. And I know we can email them, but it's important as parents. We already feel a little bit like we're being left out, not being allowed in the building, no curriculum night, coming to a 5 o'clock meeting. I know you had your business to do. I respect that. I appreciate that. We waited for 2 hours, and that's okay. But is that done on purpose? Because they used to be, citizens' comments used to be at the end of the meeting, or I'm sorry, not citizens' comments, but the closed meetings were at the end. So, we didn't have to sit and wait during that. So again, as parents, we feel like we're being left out of the education process of our kids. The other thing I wanted to discuss is the 3 companies that we had for the equity audit. These are all companies that sell equity programs for profit. So I don't understand how it can be a unbiased audit. I'd really love to see an independent audit so that we can actually see, we can feel comfortable with what we're going to find in our findings, like a company that doesn't sell it for profit, sell the equity program. So as a community, I think we'd feel a lot more comfortable if there was an outside company that doesn't, sell their product. It's marketing 101. If I want to sell you something, I'm going to make you think you need it. So how do we know that they're just not trying to sell the product? So that's it. Thank you.
Jesse Adakaitis? Not sure if I got that right.
My name is Jessie Adkokaitis. I have lived in St. Charles my entire life, my husband included. We have stayed in St. Charles because the schools and community has been so wonderful. I don't feel that way so much now, and it's very, very frustrating. I think we all need to be reminded of all the freedoms we have here in America. And what these 5 freedoms protect are speech, religion, press, assembly, and the right to petition the government. No matter what side of the aisle you are on, this censorship, the segregation, and loss of freedom should upset you. Stop making it political. You, as the school board, is being selective in your choice of what freedoms you will grant and to who. And that basis of our country and our government is what you may not agree with and what someone says or does, but you should be willing to die for their right to say or do it. This is how you protect a democracy and how you protect the freedoms that so many have fought to protect. And right now you're ignoring that sacrifice for the reason of fear, political gain or view, acceptance, or because of what you are being told you need to enforce, not using your own mind to make logical and equal decisions. We need to be smart, not emotional. Truth tellers and seekers. and realize the fear that you are putting into our children when they do not have the mental capacity and their still growing brains to understand the adult thoughts and views that you are pushing upon them. This country used to be full of leaders. Now it's full of apologetic followers. This is no longer America, land of the free. It is a dictatorship full of fear and tyranny. And this is why I'm here, because I love this country and I love my children. I will never stop fighting for my children and their rights and what's best for them. And I know what's best for them, not you. We aren't able to attend curriculum night. No Zoom meeting as an alternative, as we as parents can ask questions about what our children are being taught. We are tax-paying citizens who will be heard. These are our children. When will you listen? When it personally affects you? When it affects your wallet? This is beyond hypocritical and wrong. You aren't following science or the Constitution in regards to COVID, CRT, sex education, or our civic rights. You're following orders, and they're illegal orders. Let's stand for what is right, just instead of hiding behind fear, lies, and the corruption. You know what is right, so do it. I am asking you to be heroes, not cowards, for our children and our future. Thank you.
Renee Ayer or Ayer? Renee?
I'm here tonight to offer a perspective on the mask issue. I've heard it said that people who are sick or who have compromised immune systems should just stay home. My husband has stage 4 pancreatic cancer. He doesn't stay home because he can't. And he doesn't stay home because he does feel well enough to work right now. He doesn't stay home because we both work to keep a roof over our heads and to pay bills, including the health insurance that enable the treatments to keep him alive. I think there are more people like him in our communities, in our schools, and out and about than you might imagine. Tonight, I'm asking for consideration that we can help kids and adults that don't have the privilege of perfect health with a simple act of support from our fellow citizens of wearing a mask. Thank you.
Erica Moser?
Hi, I'm Erica Mosier and I have 2 children in elementary school this year. I had a couple things I wanted to bring up. I spoke at a board meeting a few weeks ago and I had asked about finding out the PCR cycle thresholds for the saliva tests that you're doing. I've since found out that you've said it was 39 and I'm curious why that is. The New York Times reported a full year ago that experts are saying anything above a cycle threshold of 35 is far too sensitive. Anything that's higher than a cycle threshold of 33, the virus can't be cultured in a lab. Suggested optimal cycle threshold is between 30 or 35, with some experts saying it should even be under 30. Anthony Fauci is also on video saying that if you test with a cycle threshold above 36, all you're getting back in a positivity is dead nucleotides. So I'm very concerned that if we have such a high cycle threshold, we're going to get false positives and we're going to keep children who don't actually have COVID out of school unnecessarily. I really would urge you to consider that fact. I have a few things to say about masks. Yes, I'm wearing orange and I support mask choice, although I know that you've made your decision. And I'm not here to argue with that decision. But before I even say that, because I do think this is a very political issue, I grew up in Massachusetts in the most liberal bubble you could possibly imagine. I am very liberal and I feel like there's an association and a presumption about my political affiliation just because I think my young children should have the option to not wear a mask. I'm partly saying that, you know, I feel judged. I Actually have a neighbor sitting behind me who I think is an incredible person. She's a pillar in our community, a very kind, amazing person. And I have anxiety over the judgment that might be cast on me because I have a different opinion than she does. I completely empathize with people who are immunocompromised, but it's not that I don't care about people's health. I just don't think the facts support that masks are effective at preventing transmission at all. I would ask why, if they're so effective, post-COVID, did the American Medical Association say face masks should be used only by individuals who have symptoms of respiratory infections such as coughing, sneezing, or in some cases fever? They should not be worn by healthy individuals to protect themselves because there is no evidence suggesting that face masks worn by healthy individuals are effective in preventing people from becoming ill. The British Medical Journal said that laboratory confirmed viral infections were significantly higher in the cloth masks group. Virus particles penetration was almost 97%. The results caution against the use of cloth masks. Moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in increased risk of infection. The New England Journal of Medicine states that we know that wearing a mask outside the healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection.
Ms.
In
Moser,
many, yes,
time is up.
okay, thank you.
Ann Seckel.
Hi, Justice. Good evening. I am a 10-year resident of St. Charles, and after 7 years of homeschooling, the mother of 3 students in District 303 schools. One of the things that helped my husband and I to make our decision to switch to our public schools was the reassurance from our pediatrician that her practice was not seeing any signs of substantial spread of COVID due to the universal masking and other precautions schools were taking. To be honest, it seems a bit ridiculous to me that there are still community members here arguing about adhering to the state mask mandate. Whether because it is causing more serious illness in children or simply because it is so much more contagious, the Delta variant is sending more children to the hospital than previous waves of the pandemic. The CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics have strongly stated that all children and adults in schools should be wearing masks, regardless of vaccination status. And hundreds of physicians have signed petitions in states that ban mask mandates, urging their governors to change course to protect their children. These recommendations are based on several studies showing the efficacy of masks in preventing the spread of COVID, including a recent one from the Duke University Clinical Research Institute that included over 800,000 students. The Duke study found that masking was the most important part of mitigation strategy, even when distancing could not be maintained. Now, I've seen the viral video of the functional medicine doctor arguing against masks in schools, but I've also listened to pediatric infectious disease specialists who've stated exactly why that doctor is wrong. It seems ridiculous to listen to a few fringe doctors with far less education and experience in virology and public health, simply because that's the argument that some parents want to hear. There are superintendents willing to forego their salaries in order to follow public health recommendations to protect their students in the face of governors who are trying to prevent them from doing that. Yet here, there are some people who want to risk student health, athletics, and graduation status to go against the state mandate backed by hundreds, if not thousands of doctors and scientists who agree that masks protect kids. Now, I was a history major. I know that pandemics have always brought out deniers, conspiracy theorists, and end times prophets. Pandemics are scary, and people grasp for some other explanation that's more comfortable than reality. However, we now have the advantage of living these pandemic years that they have the bad luck of growing up in. Should we be teaching them to seek out the voices that agree with some perverted sense of individual liberty that tells them that their wants are more important than protecting others and themselves? Or should they be learning to pay attention to the true experts, even if it's less comfortable? Please stop this pandering to the loud, organized fringe voices and focus on educating our children safely this year.
Your time is up. Kim Hendricks. Kim Hendricks.
Hi, everybody.
I just wanted to note that I really support a lot of the ideas of how maybe not having somebody do our audit that would be biased necessarily to try to, gain profit. I'm not opposed to trying to find anything. I actually want to share how I feel that I was discriminated against just yesterday, actually. So obviously, there are a lot of people who choose differently, masks, vaccines, however. Somebody I know personally thought that I was vaccinated and I am not, but treated me completely different once they found out that I was not. And if that's maybe something that somebody is experiencing, whether race or whatever, I really hope that somebody doesn't feel like that, because I feel like right now, people are being extremely judgmental. I have nothing against anybody who believes something different than me. And if somebody wants to wear a mask, or if somebody has somebody at home, I sympathize with that. I am not for the masks. However, I think the big reason that there's a big fight against the mask is because we're afraid of what's coming next. To me, somebody explained this to me and I kind of can't not unthink it. Your mouth has more bacteria than your anus. I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm sincerely saying that. You can Google search it, it's there. And to breathe in the mask over and over, you're just breathing that bacteria. That bacteria is living there. That is something that to be concerned about. We don't know how it's going to be wearing those masks all day, every day for a long period of time. I do see why it would catch spittle and maybe help with something else. But then there's that same argument. If you peed in a pool on one side, is it going to not make it to the other side? If it can get through the mask, if it's not protecting you, if it's in the air, us sitting here for 2 hours waiting to have the meeting, eventually some of us have already exchanged air in here. And realistically, that is putting all of us at risk. We all know that being here, but that's the honest truth. That's not me saying that I'm right, she's right. That's the bigger picture. Fauci has said that they don't work. We know that. I can respect not wanting the spittle. I can respect people who have issues. I can respect people who have cancer. That is heartbreaking to me. I lost my mom 3 years ago to cancer. I tried everything to try to not get sick when my kids went to school. My kids still went to school. My kids were still exposed to all sorts of things at school. And it was very scary for me. So I can sympathize, but I also,
Thank you,
I'm
Ms.
just
Hendricks.
going to finish my sentence and I'll totally walk away. My thing is it's masks right now. What is it next? And that's the big fear here of why we're all afraid to send our children anymore or to speak up now. We're afraid of what's next, what's taken from us.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Mike, is it Hendrickson?
I think it was 2 hours, by the way. So thanks for your time. There's a couple of things that are real interesting, and I'm sure you guys all understand this process. But you realize that every one of you at your table right now at a mask has very little protection from your mask. Unless you guys decided you wanted to go to an N95. That'd be the safest one. And the reason for it is it deals with the handling of coming through the filtering process, 95%. So right now that everybody we're sitting here right now, none of us have that on right now, right? So my daughter, who happens to go to St. Charles North, and she's a senior this year, when she went to school, when we had to go back to school, she's like, "But Dad, I really don't want to have to wear a mask." And I'm like, "Well, you got to wear a mask." And again, the same thing. I apply the same factor with my own child. And I've told him, I said, "Look, you can't just use a mask. Like this mask right here, it's pretty useless for the most part. Actually, it's really useless, to be honest with you. I can throw it in the washing machine though. That helps out." So as we look at it and we start thinking about when you really want to get involved in this school process, if you guys are going to really want to do this the right way, especially protecting the school, you'd want to make sure that every one of you guys here would be sitting here with an N95 because you'd be protecting everybody in this room from all the germs that would possibly be coming in here and affecting us. So if you can't prove the fact that the M95 isn't going to work for you guys and you guys are going to continue to do what you're doing, then why would you do it with the kids as well? Because the kids are doing the exact same thing. And they're just transferring and wearing the same mask over and over again. And they're not getting anything from it. So it's not helping them, it's hurting them probably more than anything else. So unless you guys can come up with a strategy that says, okay, every day you guys can walk into school and get a new mask, that would probably resolve the problem, but it's probably not going to happen. So that's what we need to have. We need to have a real plan to make sure how do we keep this going forward. If you want them to wear masks, there has to be a way and a process to make sure that the kids are going to be safe. And that's what we have to maintain. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Ron DiCardo?
Hey guys, how are you? My name is Ron DiCardo. I'm a 12-year citizen here in St. Charles. I have three children. 6, 2, 6, and 4 years old. They were all in District 303, and there would be two more. My two younger twins would be going into District 303 as well. Me and my wife have decided to pull them from District 303. That decision was difficult. It came from basically last year when we were not allowed in the school. There was no teacher and parent relation pretty much whatsoever, aside from Zoom meetings and emails. So we've moved, and in the school that we're going to be going to now, we were welcome with open arms. We were allowed to bring our entire family into the school, even our babies, and meet the teachers and meet the staff and really see where things were going to be going to from there forward. I got to ask you guys what you feel about this is in what other situation would you feel okay meeting somebody for one time and then sending your 4-year-olds, your 6-year-olds, whatever age they may be, into a building with them 40 hours a week, and you don't know the building, you don't know the teachers, you don't know who else is in that building, that room, what else is going on. So think about that. Other than just a school, what other building would you be okay sending them in there alone? Let's see if I have anything else here. That's pretty much it, you guys. I do agree with mask choice. I do agree with what everybody else said. And I really agree with what else is next after this. You know, if we're okay with going with, oh, we're all going to wear a mask. Well, what's the next thing that we're going to all get pushed on us? Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bridges, I just want to make sure you crossed out. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so that ends citizens' comments. I do want to let everyone know that's here. We do have an agenda change. We are going to reschedule the board goals discussion. So that will not occur tonight. We will be rescheduling that. Okay. The board goals will be rescheduled. I don't have a date for you at this time, but it will be soon, and we'll put out a notification about that. Okay, so we have a for action item, and it is the motion to clarify the board's 2021-2022 return to school plan. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second from anyone? No second? No?
Someone has to second the motion so we can have a discussion about the policy change. You can't have the discussion without a second. Is that accurate?
I believe we just move on to the next action item on the agenda.
Right.
Mr. Lechner is correct. Without a second,
Mhm.
it's not on the table.
Okay, so as Mr. Moore and Mr. Lechner have said, it does not appear that this motion is on the table, so we will move on to our fourth discussion item, which is the G303 COVID-19 mitigation strategy update for the 2021-22 school year.
I just want to point out to the board that you actually have a couple of documents that have been made available to you tonight. We'll also be putting these on the district website. This was our first week for shield testing. We completed our week of testing today. We have just over around 1,300 students signed up for shield testing in our schools. And given that it was our first time to do it, it went relatively well. We only had less than 5 positive cases, I think.
Only two, but today's tests aren't reported
Yeah.
yet.
So far, we've only had 2 positive cases, so that's good news as well. I think that as we continue to administer this test, it's going to give us good information about whether or not we have students at school who are participating in the testing program coming to school with a positive case. So that's been really helpful. I think the part that's been important as we've opened school and that we're working through as a district is actually in the chart that the Kane County Health Department put out today about quarantines. As you know, as a district, we decided that both in our classrooms and in our cafeterias, we are keeping the appropriate social distancing as one of our mitigation strategies, which allow us to avoid students being identified as quarantined or as a close contact in the classroom setting and in the cafeteria. So in the cafeteria, that has to be 6 feet of social distancing. In the classroom, it has to be at least between 3 and 6 feet. With masks for them not to be quarantined. So what we are noticing is that we are having an issue on the bus because we are not able to maintain 6 feet of social distancing on the bus, which is what is currently required by the health department. And we have had some students that have been identified for quarantine on the bus. The health department today released their guidance related to quarantine, which is the chart that you have in front of you. There's actually 4 different levels of quarantine, and it is very confusing. And so every time that our nursing staff works with families on this issue, they try to, help them understand. From our perspective as a school district, our hope is that we are able to have as much in-person learning as possible for all of our students. And so we, of course, are supportive of having kids at school as long as they can be there safely. I also want to point out that the school district doesn't make these quarantine decisions. These are made by the health department, and they actually have to determine which quarantine level is most appropriate based on the case that they are reviewing. So the schools, our school nurses are not quarantining students. Our school nurses are reporting cases to the health department, and they're making those decisions about whether or not a student needs to be quarantined. The part I want to talk about really today, and again, we're going to put this on the website so that families have access to this chart. It was just released this afternoon, is actually option 4, which is test to stay. You probably already know that if a student is fully vaccinated, or staff member for that matter, and they are identified as a close contact, they do not have to quarantine as long as they remain symptom-free. So that's one path to not having to quarantine. And we understand that those are choices that families are making and staff members are making about whether or not to be vaccinated. Another path to avoid quarantine is actually being enrolled in the shield testing program. And this is the part that's new. And we've kind of foreshadowed this the last couple of meetings that we were going to be able to implement the test to stay protocol. And what test to stay allows students to do is if they are identified as a close contact, they have to test on, I believe it's day 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, Is that right? 13579, 1357.
Yes.
1357. And they can continue to attend school as long as they have negative tests. So because we have the agreement with the SHIELD program, we are able to offer tests to stay for students that are enrolled in the program. The part that we need to really help people understand is you have to have authorization. It's called a CLIA waiver to administer these tests. And we have a CLIA waiver under SHIELD's umbrella. And so because we have that waiver, students who are enrolled in the SHIELD program will be able to test to stay. The part I need for people to understand is they have to be enrolled in the testing program. And you can't enroll the day you're identified as a close contact. So you can't just kind of wait and see if you're identified as close contact and then say, I want to be in the program. It takes longer for us to get them enrolled in that. So we are going to share this information with families so that they have the information about the testing program, so that if they would like to have their student who is unvaccinated participate in SHIELD testing to be able to potentially test to stay, it will help avoid quarantining for their students. And again, we feel like the layered mitigation strategies that you've supported, which are the classroom social distancing, the cafeteria social distancing, combined with the test to stay program, really provides opportunity for people to be able to stay at school if they're not individually impacted by a COVID infection. So again, this is brand new information today. It does outline the other options, which are the full 14-day quarantine, a 10-day quarantine, and a 7-day quarantine, depending on whether or not you take a PCR test and can come back to school. So we'll put that out there. But again, I think the part that we want to make sure people understand is the test to stay portion.
If I can add one thing to that, is SHIELD says it can take up to 5 days for them to enroll the students once I send them the file, and I send them one every day. So like now, sign up now. Don't wait 3 weeks.
Can I ask a question, Dr. Pearson? So for clarification, if you are identified as a close contact, say, for example, on the bus, in the classroom, whatever, if the child is vaccinated, there is no quarantine.
Correct. If a child is identified as a close contact and they are fully vaccinated, then they do not have to quarantine unless they exhibit symptoms. And then they would be
Right. Okay.
isolating.
So if they're symptom free.
Right.
Or if they are not vaccinated, they do not have to quarantine if they're already enrolled in test to stay.
If they are not vaccinated and they are enrolled in the testing program, the SHIELD testing program in our district, then they're able to test to stay. They have to test on day 1, day 3, day 5, day 7, and they can stay in school while, as long as they remain negative.
So if they're identified as a close contact on a Monday, they are able to test that afternoon. They don't have to go home, or they can test the next day.
Yeah, it depends on
Or-
if we finish the testing for that day. It may be the next day that they test when they come to school. But yes, and then it'll be day 1, day 3, day 5, day 7 after that.
Okay, so I understand if they are identified as a close contact and testing is finished for that day, do they have to go home? Or they stay in school that day and then they test the next day?
Well, so normally if a student is identified,
And
it
if they're
usually takes a
symptom-free.
little bit of time for them to be identified as a close contact. So we're notified that somebody has a positive case, then we have to figure out who potentially was close to that student. And then the nursing staff works through notifying the families. So, but yes, they would test at the next available opportunity if they're identified as a close contact. If it's that afternoon, great. If it's the next day, then that would be when they would test.
And when you're counting days, the day of exposure is day 0. So day 1 would be the next day.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions. How many tests have we done so far?
1,087.
And we've had 2
2,
positives?
but we did 370 today, and we won't have those results till tomorrow. So 2 out of, say, 700.
Okay. My next question is, I'm wondering where I can find the basis for the 6 feet requirement on the bus.
Yeah, you can talk with the health department about it. The exception that
Well,
allows.
is it on, I'm sure it's
Yeah,
online,
it's,
school
and it's,
guidelines?
and it should also be in this document. I can maybe, I'll look in just a minute.
That's fine.
The only exception that we have that allows for 3 to 6 feet is technically in the classroom. And it actually specifies classroom that allows 3 to 6 feet, and everything else is 6 feet. Any other meeting, any other activity, even any other event. So it's only the classroom that has the 3-foot exception.
Do we have any other questions on the plan itself?
Yeah, and I will also just speak to the other documents that we provided for you tonight. The health department also released kind of what they call the decision tree, which is if this, then, and it kind of lays out how they decide whether or not someone needs to quarantine or not. So that's the other document that's there. We'll also be putting that on the website. And I believe we already have posted the Part 5 revised public health guidance, the joint guidance from IDPH and ISB as well on the district website. So.
Mrs. Barker, did you ask questions just related to quarantine or in general?
Related to any of the information that was presented by Dr. Related to any of the information that Dr. Pearson has presented to us tonight. And then we can move on to the next part of the discussion. I just want to make sure that
Still,
everyone had those questions answered.
okay.
Okay, so Mr. Manning is here with us today, our board attorney, district attorney. And he is here to answer any questions that we might have regarding any executive order, mask mandate, our plan, return to school plan, mitigation strategies, anything that might come out of those.
I have a procedural question. Because we had an item that was, there was a motion and not a second. What now happens with that item other than the fact that we didn't discuss it?
It was, as my understanding is, not on the table for discussion. So therefore, we move on to the next item, which was the for discussion item. The District 303 COVID-19 mitigation strategies update.
So can that item be brought back up for discussion, or can that, I'm not sure what the Robert's rules is on
I
that.
think so.
In Robert's rules, you have to have a second. If nobody seconded it, it becomes,
I understand that.
it
I'm
becomes a
saying,
it becomes a nothing. It goes away.
I'm asking if it can come back if it were motioned again.
But I
Oh,
think
in the
it has
same
to be
meeting.
it has to be put on the agenda
It
again.
has to go to a different meeting, is that
Yeah.
my, okay.
Well, there's 2 items. I mean, we could put, if that's so desired, then it could be put on another meeting, future meeting. It could be, I mean,
I think
Mr. Moore, I mean, can it be brought up in the same meeting? Is that?
I think
would
it
be my
can be.
understanding.
Because it's already posted.
I mean, I would think that is the case, but I'm not, just want to make sure.
Yeah, all it says is that you move on to the next item of business. I don't see that it says it can never come back.
All right, Mr. McNally, we're looking for answers and then we'll come back to it when we can get an
Thank you.
answer.
I don't want to waste time, and I know we have an attorney here to answer other
Yes.
questions, so thank you.
Okay, so please begin discussion or ask questions that you may have of Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning, can you, oh, sorry, I didn't see your light on. Okay.
Can you just walk us through the consequences if to what happens to D303 if we hypothetically were to not follow the state mandate from Governor Pritzker? Kind of everything regarding toward immunity, consequences, financial, etc.
I'll do my best
Okay.
to highlight the main issues. So the first immediate consequence that we're seeing play out throughout the state is that ISB would likely take action to place the district on probation. They've done that with at least 41 school districts as of this afternoon. Public school districts, they've taken other action with respect to private schools. And that the consequence there is once you're on probation, that's a 60-day period. If you stay on that and move into unrecognized status, ISB has stated, and under their rules under recognition, the consequences of being unrecognized are the potential loss of funding, the inability under the IHSA and IESA bylaws to participate as a member in athletic events, including state contests. And in addition to the ISB action, you have the potential risk of a lawsuit from the governor. That's what he did last year, to enforce the executive order. He was successful in that lawsuit last year in enforcing a few schools who had chosen to defy his executive order back in July or August of 2020. And that's another possible consequence that could come out of that. Those are the main ones. In addition, we've heard, and on the insurance standpoint, there's exposure on uninsured liability and also the impact of potential immunities that the district may have otherwise been able to take advantage of in terms of protecting the district's taxpayer dollars.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have a clarifying question for Dr. Pearson. Do you have a ballpark idea of the financial impact for state and federal funding for our annual budget?
Yeah, I believe, and I'm looking to Mr. Attaway too. It's approximately, I would say if we considered all grants, including our kind of special federal grants, we're talking somewhere around $15 million.
That would be impacted
Yeah.
for our annual budget. 15 million. 15. Okay. So, thank you. And so, Mr. Manning, so obviously, that is a lot of consequences that we're seeing across the state go to fruition. I think we've seen that at Timothy Christian. Can you speak to kind of what's happened a little bit in some of those other cases?
I can. I know a few public schools, and there is a difference, just so we're clear. I know Timothy Christian's been on the news, but ISB's rules for private schools are a little bit different and actually harsher. So ISB's has interpreted their regulations to allow them to immediately revoke recognition for private schools if there's an emergency in their view. And that's what they've chosen to do with a few private schools. Timothy Christian decided to comply and told the state they would, and ISB reinstated their recognition status. A few other districts that I know of that have been reported have chosen to do the same thing. I think others are still in limbo, and a lot of this was pretty new within the last week where ISB's been taking these actions. So I think yet to be seen whether any districts will litigate the ISB recognition issue.
Thank you so much.
Would you be able to describe what does it mean to be unrecognized as far as a public school district? What does that mean for the school district? I saw sports. What else does that mean?
Yeah, the biggest, well, depending on your perspective, the biggest issue would be potential loss of funding, which could impact the district's operations immediately. Diplomas and transcripts may not be recognized. That's another issue. And participation in sports is the other issue. There's an open question out there about how, if that were to happen to a district, how it would impact TRS issues and the like for the district's employees. Those are the main consequences of being unrecognized.
Thank you. Mrs. McCabe, you had questions?
In discussions I've had with folks around the community, the question is whether the mandate is legal and
So
whether.
please, we are having a meeting and it's hard to hear if people are shouting out.
So could you walk through for us what a mandate means and in terms of the legality of it?
Sure. So the executive order itself, issued by the governor, cites the basis for the order, multiple provisions under the Emergency Management Agency Act, as well as the Illinois Constitution. The governor has the power to issue executive orders pursuant to powers given to him by statute. And that, in terms of whether he had the authority to do that, that was, the very issue was litigated last year. And the governor prevailed on that issue. Again, with schools downstate that had challenged it, and the court in that particular case expressly held that he had the power to issue those executive orders, and that the IDPH and ISB also had lawfully issued their guidance, and that school districts were not exempt. Those are all the subject of a published court opinion. And when those schools had challenged the governor's order, when the temporary restraining order was granted in favor of the governor in the first place, that was upheld by the appellate court for the 4th District downstate. So the appellate courts have looked at that issue, at least at the temporary restraining order stage. I say all that, there are at least 2 lawsuits that have been filed challenging his powers again. Those cases are still pending, and we'll wait to see what happens. But as of this point, the courts that have looked at this have upheld those powers as enforceable and lawful. And ISB's taking the same position. So at this point in time, the state of the law is that they're enforceable with the force of law.
As we watch what's happening to the districts that have gone against the mandate and the lawsuits that are being applied, I'm wondering, I'm not sure I didn't phrase that the way I wanted to. I know of a school district that did a kind of a walk around or a workaround to the mandate, setting up masks in a particular time. If you were within 3 feet over 15 minutes, then you had to wear a mask. And so they went against the mandate at a certain level. Would the consequences, even if you had some mitigation that was close but not exactly, would the consequences most likely be the same? Have you seen any different reaction to how districts have tried to work around it?
I'm not aware of the specific circumstances you're mentioning. All I can really say is that ISB has been very aggressive to date on seeking confirmation. If they don't get confirmation of compliance, they're taking pretty quick and immediate action. And they're taking a fairly strict view of like no tolerance compliance from what we've seen. Could there be districts that are flying under the radar? Certainly. There's a lot of school districts throughout the state. I don't know whether ISB's confronted a spectrum of scenarios and how they've addressed each of those situations. But what I have seen is that they've taken a fairly strict and aggressive no tolerance approach with districts.
I also, and I'm losing my train of thought here. If the mandate will come to an end, it's a 30-day mandate, chances are people will roll over. And if the mandate comes to an end, what kinds of consequences then change? Does anything change for the district if the EO comes to an end?
Well, if the executive order expires or a new one is issued that does not contain this face covering mandate, and if IDPH doesn't pass another emergency rule, because as you'll recall, there's a couple of ways the state has done this. Last year, IDPH passed an emergency rule that also required face masks in schools. So if neither of those are present and there's no other state law requiring it, then you're looking to the prevailing public health guidance to make your decisions.
Thank you.
What would the, and I know you probably clarified it, but what would that prevailing health guidance be? You kind of mentioned that if IDPH did not issue. So are we saying what was in place prior to, or are we saying essentially there's an expiration?
Well, the difficulty throughout this entire process has been predicting what's going to happen next. And I think it's unclear what that guidance will be, in the future. Typically what IDPH has done is they've issued their guidance in line with the CDC. And so what I would say is whatever IDPH is saying at that point in time would likely be the prevailing public health guidance. But I can't predict what that will be. I just don't think any of us can say with any certainty what it's going to look like.
Is there a material difference to if the executive order itself were to expire without it being renewed, but the public health guidance as issued by the IDPH and supported by ISBE remained the same? Is there a substantial risk difference for the district in going against whatever that IDPH guidance would be at that time without the executive order?
That's a good question. So the question is, if all prevailing public health guidance stays the same, the executive order expires or is withdrawn, and so there's no state mandate to wear a face covering, but all the prevailing public health guidance still says masking for all in schools. The risk that falls away is an enforcement action by the governor and an enforcement action by ISB. The risks that remain are your potential exposure on uninsured liability and tort claims. If you were to decide to depart from the prevailing public health guidance.
If ISBE and all those expire and IDPH does not issue a new one, however, Kane County does, then we would still be required to follow that, because would that be considered the prevailing authority at that point?
I think you'd have to look at in what format Kane County, what they did. Typically, they're issuing guidance and not mandates. But you'd have to look at what they did. If they're probably issuing guidance, not a mandate in that situation. Not saying that they couldn't, together with IDPH, issue some sort of regulation or rule that you would have to follow. But I would expect it to be done in consultation with IDPH.
Thank you.
Mr. Leckler, you had wanted to speak? No? Okay. I thought you were going for your button. So does anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Manning?
I would like to just see if there is a way we can put together a document to post on our website, some of the answers to the questions that you have provided to the board. I think you have provided us some deeper knowledge about this, and I would like to see what we could put out so the public knows what we are being given, what information we're being given.
So I will work with Mr. Manning and Dr. Pearson to get that. I will work with Mr. Manning and Dr. Pearson to get that on our website.
And I do have questions for Dr. Pearson. Are we going to have a little time for that?
I just want to make sure is everyone done with questions for Mr. Manning?
Just thank you for your time tonight.
No problem.
Okay, so do we have any other questions in regards to this mitigation strategy plan?
Yeah, I do as well. Okay. Um, I wanted to know, Dr. Pearson, what the basis was for adding the additional layer of mitigation strategy around the curriculum nights across the district.
We actually had been planning not to do those all along. We put out information that we weren't going to have parents or visitors in the building until after Labor Day. I did check with other districts in the area, and no one, to my knowledge, is having an in-person curriculum night. When I say other districts in the area, today I checked with Naperville 203, Wheaton Warrenville, Batavia, Barrington. I do know that Mr. Sanders gave schools in U46 some money to do like a back to school event, an outdoor event is what he encouraged them to do, very similar to maybe what we would do on a material pickup night. But all those schools were not in, most of those schools were not in session at all last year. They were fully remote. And so it was kind of like an opportunity to return to school. I think what our principals are hoping to do is to be able to offer some kind of in-person event soon in the fall. But unfortunately, the scale of a curriculum night, just the number of people trying to be in classrooms together, the way that works, it really doesn't meet any of the guidelines as far as social distancing is concerned. So we're hopeful that we can offer something else at a later point. We did want to get the information out to parents about the classes, and we have those available via video. So we're trying to be consistent with kind of what other districts are doing, and we're also trying to be respectful of keeping people as safe as possible in a situation where we have high community transmission.
Just my comment to that, I am very disappointed that that's the direction that was determined to go, especially without an opportunity even for board members to opine on that. I'm not sure what guideline you're referring to, but I would argue that I think there's ways that we could have done it. We could have done it after Labor Day to keep consistent with your request to have no visitors until after Labor Day. We could have broken it up at the elementary school level by grade if we were worried about the population issue. I think it's a lot to ask of parents, especially those with younger children, but I don't want to forget the high school. But if you have a kindergartner who's now a first grader and they've never been in the school as a parent, I don't know how we're comfortable with that.
I want to actually second that. I'm hoping that we can reconsider that perhaps for after Labor Day, because that's something that somebody contacted me about that, and I hadn't really considered that, although I've thought about it myself, that I'm tomorrow going to meet 2 years worth of students who've never been in our building. They're brand new and they're older. I could not imagine sending my 5-year-old into a building that they had never been in, or my 6-year-old into a building they had never been in, and that I had never been in. And I would encourage us to reconsider that.
So I did send my 5-year-old and then my 6-year-old this year into a building that I wasn't really familiar with. It was tough. I mean, I'm going to be honest, but I would just ask if could we
I guess
it's very difficult to continue our meeting with you speaking. I would love you to stay, but we really need to continue the meeting.
And I guess too, just to respond, let's keep going.
Let's have a conversation following the meeting. Thank you. At this time, we're going to take a recess. Thank you. Dr. Pearson, you were saying?
I completely understand where everyone is coming from. I think the issue was the timeliness of the back to school nights. What I'd like to ask, based on your feedback, is that we go back to principals and ask about kind of what could we plan going forward that would allow people an in-person opportunity. What I think we'll probably end up doing is separating the back to school, the information portion of back to school night, which is what we would maybe send out a video, but then provide some opportunity for people to come and meet and see the facility and maybe more of an open house kind of situation. So if you would allow us to do that, we'll just go back and revisit that with the principals and see what we can put together. More than likely that will then be after Labor Day. We're only a couple of weeks away, but we'll try to get something put together.
And just to reiterate, at least from my standpoint, I gave an example of elementary, but I would expect something to be done for the high school as well.
We absolutely will do something for all three levels. Thank you.
Dr. Pearson, was the concern to keep it the spatial concerns because of the 6-foot mitigation or?
So we actually technically will not be meeting the 6 feet requirement. So we'll have issues with contact tracing. We'll have issues with ensuring that people are following all the rules. It's just a very big group of people. All of you have been, you know, there's usually 2 parents for every child trying to kind of be in a classroom at the same time. And so it will be a challenge, but I think at the same time, if you'll give us some time to talk with principals about what is possible, perhaps we can design something a little bit different that provides a little more safety for people.
So just a creative solution for
Yeah.
K through 12.
And
that would space it out, that it still applies the mitigations, but also gives an opportunity for parents to meet teachers somehow.
Yeah.
I know that's a lot to ask, but I think that's a fair ask to try to figure all of that out and still make it a safe environment for our parents and teachers.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I really appreciate the going back to the principals and kind of reconsidering that for our families. I really appreciate that.
If I can, go ahead.
And to tie to that, I heard lots of great things about parent-teacher conferences via Zoom. Are we looking to doing that again?
I don't know that we've had a discussion about it. I think one of the advantages of that is that often parents that weren't able to participate in conferences, maybe because of a work conflict, were able to do so because they didn't have to physically be present. They could do it electronically. So that I know is something that we've talked about, but we don't have information yet.
I have heard both from teachers and parents. For parents who had multiple children, they didn't have to jump in their car and drive or move around. And teachers saying they actually stayed on schedule because of that one-to-one event. So I hope we can figure out something. Thank you.
I was going to also just add that if it's possible that we can't do something after Labor Day, that we at the very least do an interactive Zoom something, because that connection has been lost. And, you know, no matter what the grade, whether we split them out by grades and we make that all outside, or we have, 3 feet and you're doing it at different 6 feet apart and doing it in different classrooms, I feel like we have to have another option besides just no and a pre-recorded. I think it'd be great for us to be able to do something creative.
So I know the schools, some of the elementary schools do their parties and things like they're kind of their back to school things outside. So that really wasn't what I was going to say. That I know there's a logistical problem. So Mrs. Fairgrave had mentioned, perhaps doing it different grades on different night, and that would work obviously quite well for elementary because they have essentially one teacher throughout the day. I mean, they have specials and things, but logistically, I think that'd be difficult for a night with middle school, high school. So as you're planning, I'm hoping there's a way to do that, because you couldn't do multiple nights because multiple teachers would have to be there on multiple nights, and that's a lot to ask. So.
Well, right, but I mean, we don't have to, certainly, it's not our role to solve it per se, but I mean, middle school, they're organized by teams. You know, I think I'm sure that something can be brainstormed and come up with.
I agree with that. I don't want to try to solve it. It was something that popped into my head just from my own personal experience. So
Thank you for taking our concerns and brainstorming and doing the best you can. I have a question, and I don't know that you'll know the answer to this. I'm wondering about how, as a school board member, we could, and I don't want to use the word lobby because that's not the right one, but to advocate for flexibility. And let me explain, because I don't want anyone to assume how I would, what I would decide. But we are a huge state. And having worked at the state level, and I may have said this in another meeting, but making a decision for the entire state is difficult when you have the size of Chicago and the size of a rural district where my children grew up. And so I'm wondering if there are levels that could be considered for, you know, when exposure happens, the kinds of things that could make a community or a county different than what the whole state has. And I know when we started this, they changed the regions because they started to see that the state was different. And we know that most of the cases that are school districts that are challenging the mandate come from smaller or rural communities. I'm disheartened that our Kane County, I think when I looked today, it was at 7%. I'm disheartened that we are looking at the possibility of having to have boosters. So I'm trying to figure out how do we get good information to advocate? Because I'm tired of being inundated with a lot of information that everybody claims is right. And so now I'm rambling. Would IASB be a good, the Illinois Association of School Boards, be a good place for us to air our concerns? I know as an individual, I can do what I want. But I'm wondering, what are school boards doing who are going to follow the mandate, but are also trying to figure out how to keep kids in school and try to get back to as much normalcy as we can.
Mrs. McCabe, several of the both politicians, regional superintendents, at least one unit superintendent, district superintendent from the state spoke to chastise ISB for using a singular rule during yesterday's State Board of Education meeting. Clearly, there's some advocacy that we could do as a district, as a board. There were board members from certain boards who also spoke at the ISB meeting yesterday to suggest and to air their points of view, and I'm summarizing their points of view, that a singular rule for a state the size of Illinois is inappropriate. Clearly, our district is quite different. And so part of the idea associated with the motion that was on the agenda previously was to find a way for us to decouple wherever legally appropriate the actions of this district from the state where it was appropriate.
And Mr. Laker, I'm going to jump in on that and say that I think advocacy is really important. As you know, I've connected with our state representative and our state senator, Don DeWitt and Dan Ugosti, who represent a portion of St. Charles for representative and most of St. Charles for state senator. And they're both very supportive of local control and versus the state control. They've suggested that constituents reach out to them directly. Representative Ugosti had a bill at HB 0843 that he sent to this, tried to put through the process that limited the governor's control. Unfortunately, it was not, it was squashed. I don't know how to phrase it other than that, but it did not get any headway, unfortunately, even though it was supported by many fellow representatives. So I would just continue, the one thing we can do is to continue to encourage our constituents to, as Mr. McNally has said many times, to reach out to our colleagues in office at the state level, to reach out to the representatives and reach out to our senators and ask them to continue to push at the state level for local control. I think it's really important because legislatively, that's where things need to change for the school boards to be able to have some autonomy to be able to do what they need to do. And so I would just encourage people to do that continually.
And additionally, a few weeks ago, I was on a meeting with other presidents in the state, along with IASB, and we were discussing the point of lobbying different areas, such as looking at speaking with IDPH, speaking with legislators. So there are a lot of things that are discussions that are happening, and I think as the next few weeks we may see things differently. Mrs. Bible, you've also been in contact with Tom Bertrand at ISB too, as a liaison.
Yeah, that's correct. So we've reached out to Tom Bertrand at ISB to see if there's anything that other districts are doing that would be helpful to St. Charles. So we're waiting to hear some feedback from him as well. So, I mean, we continue to reach out to legislators and to school officials statewide to see if there's anything else that we can be doing that would help give us some autonomy within the legal parameters, as Mr. Manning gave us tonight. Right now, there's not, but we continue to strive and push as much as we can within the parameters we're given to see what we can do to do what we can for our kids. So unfortunately, we're not making a lot of headway, but go ahead.
As Mrs. Weibel said, that was one of the reasons I pushed the button here to talk, as I was going to once again suggest people, and we've gotten a lot of email to the school board, and if you can write it in such a way that it can be sent to a legislator as well, or even slightly modified, sent to them, keep contacting them. I've always encouraged everyone to contact the people who they've elected. As far as what we can do as a board, you know, the one thing I will remind is the III conference is coming up in a matter of a few months. And we do have, as part of our policy, perhaps we can be one of those boards that is drafting a policy suggestion for the IASB for their legislative team. And just on another note, you know, that we talked about, it was suggested parent-teacher conferences on Zoom. My hope is that by then, I'm really crossing my fingers, and it might be too big to hope for, but I'm hoping it's an irrelevant topic by the time we get to parent-teacher conferences, but that might be too much to hope for. But please contact the legislators. It's the way they know what you're doing and what you're thinking. So
I do want to jump on something you're talking about. Our audience might not know what the III is, but there is a conference, and at that conference, what happens is there have been resolutions that are written. Now, we had to submit the resolution already, so that isn't, the date passed. I talked about that earlier in the spring, and so that did not get submitted. I can check on that. Mrs. McCabe and I can check on that, because Mrs. McCabe will be the delegate this year.
yeah, on that note, I think perhaps, given, you know, all that's happened, because there's been a lot of people who've said, Hey, COVID has made for weird times, so perhaps we can appeal on a COVID has made for weird times. We'd like to submit this.
Yeah, I'll absolutely check this week.
Not a bad idea, actually. I think if you get maybe some of the larger LUDAs that make up a percentage of population of students in the state, you never know. I would also encourage board members who haven't gone to Triple I before or new to the board. It's certainly a great experience to commune, I guess, with other board leaders across the state, collect information, and always catch a good class once in a while and learn a few things. So I know registration is coming up, I'm sure. Tammy will get you the information in the fall. Little plug there for Triple I conference, but I've been pretty much every year except for last year when we didn't have it, but we did it virtually. And it's a great experience as a board member.
So the resolutions, and I don't know that I finished explaining it. The resolutions that are written are sent out to each board. They are weighed in on by a committee at IASB. And so there's a select committee that reviews them, and then they give their, whether they think you should approve it or not approve it. Then we discuss them as a board, and then one delegate is sent to vote. Either one way or another on those resolutions that are written. So anyone can look up those past resolutions if they're interested in just kind of seeing what that might look like. Are there any other discussion items or questions?
If I can have the floor. Dr. Pearson, we heard one example of a COVID management approach that surprised at least one board member tonight in terms of the curriculum nights. What should we expect in terms of the next change to the COVID management plan?
Yeah, so, we're at a place right now where as a community, we're at the highest level of spread that's possible on the current chart. So I can't anticipate, I don't anticipate any significant changes. I think we as a district are trying to provide as much of a typical experience as possible. I think the kinds of things that we do have to examine very closely are times when we have large groups of people gathering together, particularly people that are not our students and teachers that are in our schools and our classrooms every day. Part of the reason that we're able to kind of maintain a level of safety, and one of the reasons why they've prioritized in-person learning in schools, is because it's typically the same groups of students that are coming in contact with each other every single day in those classrooms. So I think the only thing that I would say is that if we find ourselves in a situation where there are other large scale events, that we could potentially be evaluating them as to whether or not we can operate them in a safe way, given the current guidance. And of course, we would be subject to any kind of changing guidelines from the health department about any particular activities or events. But I'm not anticipating any other large changes other than something like that. And honestly, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything coming up that would meet that criteria.
Appreciate that point of view. At the same time, recent history suggests there will be lots of changes. And so what process will you follow to decide when to employ a new strategy like the cancellation of curriculum night?
Yeah, so typically, if it's something that we have an opportunity to visit as a board or talk about as a board, we're going to talk about it at a board meeting so that we are kind of clear. I think we kind of laid out a tiered approach to things prior to our current mask mandate, which has kind of pushed us all the way over to the right side. I think we would continue to operate using kind of those guidelines. And then I think if we need to do something that's very far outside of those parameters, we would have a broader discussion as a group.
So I just want to make sure, I understand, as we have these, I guess, typical events for schools that they would have that tend to be important to families as well and students, things like homecoming. I want to make sure that we're talking about it so that it isn't a surprise that information goes out and then we're getting contacted, or I read something as a parent, or for example, and that we kind of talk about these things and we know how they're going to be conducted.
That's really a good point. And I think one of the things that we'll ask our team to do tomorrow is maybe just to work through some of those upcoming events, and we'll let you know kind of what our current plans are so that you're aware. I think pretty much if it's a student event like homecoming, we are trying to have as much of a normal event as possible. Unless there's some need for a change based on a venue or an activity that might not be allowed. So we'll go ahead and try to kind of predict the upcoming fall events so that you have an idea of what that's going to look like.
Thank you.
When we get to the other side of the current bubbling cases and we start to move back towards more reasonable levels of transmission on the state's scales, how will we roll back the current strategies that are in place today?
Yeah, so we usually do that in consultation with the health department, and we also try to be consistent in the 5 Mid-Valley districts. So that's Geneva, Batavia, Caneland, and Burlington Central. And one of the reasons is we shared buildings and programs with Mid-Valley and then also some with Fox Valley. And so if we're talking about kind of general mitigation strategies, so one example is of course masking, and it looks like we're going to be able to move in a direction, or we have more discretion or can remove that. I think we're going to look at that as a group. And then of course, we meet pretty regularly. I would keep the board informed of any changes that we're potentially making. And we would also be consulting with the Kane County Health Department just to make sure that they can be supportive of any change in our current mitigation strategies. And of course, it's going to be based as well on not only community transmission, but any kind of transmission that we're seeing at school. I think one of the reasons why, we wanted to try to offer the testing program for our families is because it does give us a snapshot of kind of what's happening with students in our buildings, and it will help us identify whether or not we're seeing a pattern of transmission amongst students, or whether that's not something that's happening. And I think that will certainly be a data point that we'll want to consider when making decisions about making any changes that are discretionary.
Anyone else?
How are our building administrators? Last year at this time, the anxiety of starting school was really high. We were able to start school for our elementary, and we were one of the few that did start on time and were in person. We often hear we hear a lot from parents, we hear from kids, we hear from teachers. But as the school year has opened up, what's going on with building principals in terms of all of this?
I would say for the most part that all of our staff, administrators included, have been very positive and excited about being able to kind of get back to a sense of normalcy as we kind of open this school year differently than what we were able to do last year. I'm not saying they're not tired, but they're always tired at the start of a school year. There's a lot of planning and preparation that happens. And so it's the culmination of all of that work kind of coming to fruition and all of the extra time and energy that you put into starting the year. And the same thing is true for our teachers. But I've been in buildings almost every day since school started, and I can tell you that there is a sense of a very positive energy that is in our schools. And I think our administrators and our staff are equally excited about the school year.
Please convey, at least from this board members, gratitude for all the work they do. So in that line, do you think, is there any chance we could hold some board meetings at schools this year?
The answer is yes, but at what point, I don't know yet. And I think that's something we'd like to talk about internally before we start to plan them. But I think it would be good. It's always great to be able to be there and maybe see some of the programs that are happening in the buildings. So yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Pearson, do you think we could hold a school board meeting about not COVID someday?
I don't want to predict the future, but I certainly hope that that's the case.
Just to add a little levity to the evening, I mean, and in all seriousness though, I know it had to be pushed because of the late time, but I just want to remind the world that we were supposed to talk about our board goals for students today. And this board really wants to focus on kids, and safety is our first concern, but education is a very close second. And it's really hand in hand. I'm being a little bit joking at this late hour, but it's such a priority for us to talk about where we want to go, how we want to get there, and how we want to help kids achieve the goals that they need to get to. So I just want to remind the world that that is our goal, and we have goals, and we will get to them someday with COVID not in our way. I hope maybe that would wrap everyone up a little bit.
Are we ready?
All right. Do you have a motion to adjourn the regular board I'm sorry, this is a special board meeting. Do you have a motion to adjourn the special board meeting, August?
Mrs. Barker,
What? Oh, yeah.
yes. Before we do that, did we reach closure on Mr. McNally's earlier
Yes.
item?
Yes.
What was
Oh,
the
yes.
answer?
Sorry. I told Mr. McNally, a motion that is not seconded may be introduced again at any time.
Thank you.
Do we have the desire to discuss this?
Someone would have to
You have to, you would have to make a motion.
motion it.
Well, then I guess I would move that we have discussion of item 6A. Motion to clarify board's 2022 return to school plan.
I'll second that.
Is there discussion on this motion?
Well, I'd like to offer a couple of points. I talked a little bit about the ISBE's meeting from yesterday and the level of contentiousness that was on display amongst the public comments during that session. And really what it amounted to was a series of school district representatives and parents and others, some politicians as well, really complaining about the assertion of control by the state over localities. That was the focus of almost all of the public comments before that. The meeting itself didn't cover the mask mandate in any way. But what I found so compelling about it is that conversation about authority to regulate is likely to continue for some time. And we've seen even in tonight's conversation, it is impossible for us as a board to anticipate what's next with COVID. It's been a bouncing ball for the entirety. And so the intent in the discussion or in the drafting of the motion that's under discussion presently was really to create some clarity for the community about how this board would react when there are changes to the situation associated with COVID, both from a metric standpoint or from a political or state regulatory or bureaucracy imposition. And so it was my hope that what the motion would do was reinforce that this board takes its responsibility to make decisions for this community very seriously, and that it looks at that responsibility around COVID-related strategies as something that it will do proactively in a way that the public can anticipate the behavior of the board in terms of consideration, not in terms of outcomes, but in terms of how the board will consider the issues associated with COVID. I think the fact that we're having the discussion presently, rather than at the time that 6A was first passed on the agenda, suggests that the intention may be unclear based on some of the words associated with that motion, since it is rather wordy. I think also the commentary that Dr. Pearson offered about what, when, and how the COVID mitigation changes will take place reflects exactly why I penned the discussion. We don't know exactly what's going to happen in the discussions between Dr. Pearson and other district superintendents about mitigation approaches. And while I appreciate the necessity to run the district on a day-to-day basis, all of these mitigation impositions are going to keep coming at the district on an ongoing basis, and we're going to have to react. This motion provides a series of steps for reacting in a measured and specific way that essentially reinforces the board's role in making those decisions that this board was elected, other than myself as an appointee, to speak on behalf of the community for. And so that was the intention behind the motion. So I appreciate you listening to my point of view here.
So I really, there's a bit of, for me, a bit of lack of clarity on why this is a motion, and although I made it, that's why I brought it up, because I wanted to have the discussion about really what exactly are we saying here? Because right now we are in a situation where we are following a mandate, and there's nothing really in this motion that would change what we're currently doing as I see it.
And if we're talking about policy, then this would have to be voted on in committee through policy, if we're setting policy. Is that right? I don't really know.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in here and just say that I appreciate the initiative and passion behind this from Mr. Lackner. I have concern with this being on the agenda at all as a motion or even up for discussion. It really needs to be run through a committee, and it should go through a policy committee as a discussion point and then sent to a general meeting as a vote then after it's been just vetted through a committee as in a discussion. So I certainly wouldn't support it tonight. I don't think it's been processed properly. I also think that we have a mandate and we have to follow the mandate, but that's a whole different discussion. But regardless of what it said, I don't think it's appropriate for tonight.
I appreciate the procedural point. I think the intent was to look at this motion, not as a motion alone, but as a motion to modify or a motion to amend a previous action of the board. And in that instance, it's not really necessary for that to go through. It's an amendment to the plan that was passed as the return to school plan to specify exactly how changes to that plan would take place. So procedurally, I understand your point and I appreciate that, but perhaps it's inappropriately written here. It should be written as an amendment to a previously passed motion.
So can we clarify what was that previously passed motion?
It was when we approved the return to school plan before the mandate. So there's two things. Do we usually, yes, our usual action is to run things through committee. They get workshopped there and then brought to a board meeting, correct? However, we do have a policy that states that any board member can put something on an agenda. And that has happened before. So it's not something that can be stopped, but I will say that this is the usual procedure, is to go ahead and go through a committee. I get that part. And then it is also, yeah, it is clarifying or attempting to clarify what was voted on and what the board's actions will be as far as that is concerned. I will also say, if we decide to bring it back to committee, that's fine, to discuss. But, my only concern is the word mandate. And I would feel more comfortable if it said recommendations or guidance, because that's when we can make some decisions. So I would like, I just wanted to put that out there.
So my question then is, what would be the impact were this motion to not pass this evening?
I don't think there's an impact.
Yeah, it'd be business as usual. I think the point of, if I understood Mr. Lackner's point, is this is a clarification for the use of basically for the public community of, is it feel good? Am I getting that right?
No, I wouldn't characterize it that way. What I would
That's
characterize it
how I'm
as,
interpreting it,
I
sorry.
would characterize it as the return to school plan that we passed is static in nature as it relates to the board's role associated with that plan. And so the administration's role in making changes that mirror or follow what's described in that plan that was passed are quite clear. What's missing from that is any mechanism to suggest how the board would interact when with the administration when new issues arise. And so what we're left with is either the insertion of a special meeting or the insertion of an agenda item at a coming meeting in order to react to any changes. And some of the changes come pretty quickly, as we saw immediately after the original return to school plan was passed. And so it is not a feel good, it is a commitment to the community about how the board will behave when outside forces create the necessity for change in the return to school plan.
So for me, we meet every week. I'm not sure how much quicker this would necessitate it. I feel like a weekly meeting and all the special meetings that the president can call. And we can respond to whatever changes we need to do. I mean, we've been doing this quickly responding for the last 2 years, almost 2 years now. I don't know. I just don't deem it necessary. I mean,
I think
that's why I thought it was more of a
I
feel-good
understand it a little.
from
and
my
the
perspective.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there. I think I understand it a little bit better now. And the reason that I didn't second before is because I was a little unclear on it, but I once nobody else seconded it and we moved on, I wanted to make sure that I understood. I think I have a little better understanding. I will say that, there was a period of time where we gave permission to the superintendent to make decisions specifically because we only met once a week and we didn't want to have to call special meetings. So there was, I can understand the impetus for letting the community know how it is we are going to react. My question really was substantively, this would not revert us to would this revert us to the 7-0 vote to make masks? And because of the wording of it and the lengthiness of it, I was unable to really divine precisely what we were saying there. So this would not, my understanding is this would not put us in that situation. It's really for clarification purposes, and that being the case, I'm inclined to feel a little differently than I did a little while ago for it.
I mean, from my standpoint, I am supportive of elements of it, element A and C. Similar to Mrs. Barker's comment, I have a concern related to B and how that's worded specifically around the mandate piece. So from my standpoint, if we would want something like this documented to move forward, we would need to make some adjustments around that piece for me to feel comfortable.
I agree with that. I'm not sure I'm not sure what all the hindrances could do or how it ties our hands in actuality versus what the return to school plan was. I if I'm understanding the motivation for it, I think there is, I think that's genuine and good that the board has a role in to play. It also makes me think, though, here comes a group of people coming and dictating decisions as well. So we kind of play the governor's role versus to the superintendent versus, the way it could come across. You can't do anything because the board hasn't voted on it yet. So it's not real clear to me, all the intention behind it. I am not comfortable voting against a mandate. And I would not want to put a board in that role. So that's part of what I'm also concerned about.
I think the mandate, the word mandate being included therein certainly creates some challenges for folks. And I think the intention was not to use that as a mechanism to vote against the mandate, only to say that the board has a role to play in reacting to the changes that are imposed from outside the district. I think the idea of putting putting this back to a committee to discuss the wording and how it would go is a fine approach. At the same time, the governance function of the board, particularly in this issue, I think is something worth clarifying for not only for the community, but for the board itself and for the administration as to where the authority points sit. And my view is that it is the board's governing function to play a role in how the COVID management strategies are approached here in the district. And so that's, I understand your point about tying hands. At the same time, I think the folks who are on the board are the ones responsible to the community about how this happens.
Have we run this past our attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
And to that point, you said we'd be playing the governor's role, the same role the governor currently is. And I think that was, if I understand it now, that was the point, that we were trying to say, we should have this local control as opposed to him, as we've discussed tonight, him issuing a mandate for the entire state that might not be as, so I'm not suggesting that one way or the other regarding the mandate in this comment. I'm just saying that I think that's kind of the point, though, is to say that we're the ones who are supposed to play that role.
No, let me clarify. I'm not actually saying that. I'm saying that the board then is tying the hands of the superintendent, just as the governor is tying the hands of the school board. I just want to be sure that we have the flexibility to run the district and that the superintendent and his staff don't have to wait for the board to vote on things. So this has nothing to do with the governor. This has to do with what our role is in this. We're not talking curriculum. We're talking a very different thing, that there is no medical person on this board. So I just haven't had time to talk this through and to understand it. So tonight, I will vote no on this motion tonight because we haven't vetted it through the process that gives me time to really reflect and understand. I'd prefer that it goes to committee so we could have that discussion and have some time to really reflect on it.
I do want to call to everyone's attention. There is in B, there is a sentence that says the superintendent's interim implementation of state level or local level COVID-19 mitigation mandates or guidance shall persist until the school board votes in open session to accept or reject the state level or local level mandates or guidance. So there is a mechanism for the superintendent to then comply.
I saw that. I think I'd like to hear the impact of it with what it would entail for schools and for the ability for us to stay in person or not.
Mr. Manning, you did take a look at the language and then make some adjustments. Could you maybe answer Mrs. McCabe's question or speak to it?
Well, Yeah, if the question is legal, I'm not so sure it's so much a legal question as an operational question. In terms of if the superintendent and his team did one thing and then the board met and then decided to go in a different direction on a guidance issue, for instance, what sort of disruption does that see? And that's really probably more of a discussion for the board and Dr. Pearson. From a legal standpoint, I think there should be some discussion around the mandate piece. I reckon that's how it was proposed. So was in there. We added some language about guidance to make clear that you're considering all of that. But I don't know that I can really speak to the question about operationally what this would mean. But I'm happy to field the legal question on the mandate piece. I would say it's difficult to say that the board should be considering rejecting a legal mandate that you're required to follow. And so maybe that wordsmithing could be done, but probably should be discussed either at the table here in committee.
Can I make I don't know how you move, there's a motion on the table.
What do you want to do?
I'd like to go home.
I'll give you the words.
Would it be possible to move this to policy? Is that the best?
You can make a motion to refer the motion to committee by stating, I move to refer the pending motion to whatever
moved.
committee.
Would I have to withdraw the motion or
No.
would I have to be the
So,
one to refer it?
No. So there are some options here. One is any member can make a motion to refer to committee and then you vote on that referral, not on the motion.
Right.
So if you voted yes to that and it passed, then the motion would go to whatever committee you said. Another option, of course, is just vote on the motion. Another option is for you, because you made the motion, is for you to request permission to withdraw the motion. And then if the body consents, it's as though the motion were never made in the first place. It sounds like that's not what you want to do. So I think Mrs. McCabe wants to move.
I believe we want further discussion on it if I'm looking at eyes across the board. Given that it's my motion, that's why I asked. I don't intend to withdraw it if
Yeah.
we wish to.
Therefore-
Anyone can make the motion to refer to committee.
Therefore, I will move this motion to policy.
I'll second that.
3 seconds.
And then you need to vote on that.
Yes. Ms. Marson, the roll, please.
Mrs. McCabe,
Yes.
Mr. McNally,
Yes.
Ms. Weibel,
No.
Mrs. Bell,
Yes.
Mrs. Fairgrave,
Yes.
Mr. Lackner,
Yes.
Mrs. Barker.
Yes. Motion passes 6-1. Now are we ready?
And just for clarification, we'll put this on for our policy meeting, which I think is August 30th.
I just want to clarify, this is why we had closed session first. For anyone wondering, so we could actually get it done with bright minds and eyes. Because it was important.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn the special meeting on August 19th, 2021 at my watch
So
is dead.
moved.
9 o'clock on the dot.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Marson, the roll, please.
Mr. McNally,
Yes.
Ms. Weibel,
Yes.
Mrs. Bell,
Yes.
Mrs. Fairgrave,
Yes.
Mr. Lackner,
Yes.
Mrs. McCabe,
Yes.
and Mrs. Barker.
Yes. Board is adjourned at
9:02.